What's poppin', everybody? We're back at it again with some more The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Soda. Alright, we're good. So it has been a while since we spent the entirety of last week doing Persona. If I remember correctly, the last thing we did was... Yeah, we're on trial. We're going to trial, and then we're going to defend a British woman, girl, lady, female? It's pretty crazy. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. That's crazy, I knew. Oh, that's right, Susato fucking left. She was like, meow, fuck out. She left. That's pretty cool. Ooh, kitty. Ooh. What do you think, pretty kitty? What do you think? What's your opinion? What's your political opinion about this? He doesn't have one. Here you go, baby. Oh, good lord, I forgot I have to do her voice. Let's do this. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Susato, whatever you say, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She's already gone. She was already gone by the time I woke up. Alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go yourself. It's fine. It's not as though Mrs. Sato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two.
Oh, good morning, you two. How are you feeling, Jenny? Did you manage to sleep?
Iris, what are you doing here?
What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? God damn it, Waggy! You fat bitch!
Great way to show your support, kitty.
Ain't having news around. What I'm gonna do?
Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Jenny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad.
Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there. Do you want me to let you out, Kiki? Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the pole.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news?
Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that's good news, isn't it?
Couldn't give a monkeys, really.
If only all the good news canceled out the bad.
And look, the trials made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. See?
How you like that? Well, let me see what they want. See if I can.
I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Rudo will Rudo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will?
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, "Discharged diver is thoughtless do-gooder." Isn't that right, Rudo?
Oh, yes, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she's still here. She was still here.
Good luck, Bruno. I'll do what I can.
Okay.
What is this? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mo. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted? How would somebody be able to do that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Rudo?
No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Oh shit. Okay, I guess that's important. The morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't add anything. Okay. I'm just kind of looking over the evidence because it has been a hot minute since I played this. Manuscript. There's blood samples. So we don't know whose this is, but I'm assuming it's Hairlock. That's his blood. This is Thrice Fired Mason. And of course this is Pop Windabank.
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny?
Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up all right?
Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet.
Eh?
I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Frankson will let us know the moment there's news.
Oh, right.
No Susato-san, and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime.
Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's about time. It's time then.
Yes. Let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Runo.
Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. It's a good thing his like little, I like this little scarf thing is kind of like fused with the back of his head.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready.
Lord Van Sykes,
My lord,
remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
it was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced, somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware of that led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your form of life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerning the highest echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder.
Right, because every single case of murder so far has been simple.
I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel.
There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what kind of monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal of the final hours. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. So, wait. You're only doing this case because I'm doing this case? And you're molding because I beat you, like, twice? Skill issue, man. What? What? Did he really just say that?
He means you now, Rona.
I actually managed to work that out, too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? lurid look of hatred in Lord Van Zyke's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? So was he just being angry at me, or is he just being racist? Cringe.
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zykes. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
I call Cap. Hold on a minute. In what way are all 6 of these people random? At least 2 of them are... At least 3 of them are reoccurring characters from, like, previous trials. These 2 were from the first trial. This one was for the second. And he was in the other thing. The only 2 new characters here are... What are the... Is that the... Wait. Isn't that the terrorists that threatened to blow up the fucking Crystal Tower or something like that from Russia? And whoever the fuck this guy is, I don't know who he is. And he was one of the dudes from the last case. Shit ain't random. Shit, they fucking recycled this shit.
Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant?
I can't wait for them to declare guilty, like, immediately, and then I have to tell them how they're wrong.
Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know? Chaps like me were born already.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have?
I really don't know what the fuck he's gonna talk. I don't know what he's talking about right now, and I'm not too sure I want to.
Women in this malevolent society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Why is she speaking in Morse code? What the fuck is with the every?
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
It's literally him. It's literally him.
Hey, is something wrong, Bruno?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, do they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know.
So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. I like that they pointed that out. Like, good grief.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zykes, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Bob Windybank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Okay. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Rrr. And they show. Is that the shoulder? Is that the heart or the shoulder? I don't know where that is. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Okay, so it was the heart. Shot through the heart. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. So, what? Okay. I mean, Bob Windybank isn't that tall of a man. So, for someone to be, like, shorter than him, is Gina shorter than him? Do the stand-up test. Because I don't think she's shorter. I don't know. Do the stand-up test. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. No court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Alright, you know what that means. We gotta look it over. Alright, let's see. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Details of the victim. Name, Pop Windybank. Male. Occupation, pawnbroker on Baker Street. Time of death, 16th of April, 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hey, that's me. Post-mortem findings. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Okay, so it was just a bullet. Autopsy findings. Instant death from a posterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Okay. Right, there's the bullet wound, there's all the blood. What the fuck did you just call me? Call me an egg licker?
I don't lick eggs, you lick eggs.
Bitch. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. Windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. in this sealed chamber. There were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had it in her hand, the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Oh wow, she actually is kind of small, isn't she? She's tiny as fuck. Damn. Well, like to have that, isn't it? Nothing more to say.
Is that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyways? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums of the east side.
Well, it was only a matter of time before she got bloods on her. What are you Jews? What's that? She was guilty after all. Wow, they're really wanting to just fucking put this 17-year-old girl to death. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Goodness, good gracious!
After this testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpocketers or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. She giving me that smug look.
The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them over to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zykes.
At once, my lord.
Good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno.
I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Papa Windybank on 6th April this year. I said the words. What the fuck? Are those the guys that shot him? I'm pretty sure those were the. They look exactly the same. First of all, let's go ahead and look at this gun. Don't do this at home. Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Windybank! Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun on hand in his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand.
That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep his articles safe?
Look how intricate this weapon is. Shit's clean as fuck.
Is there anything else to examine? Or is it just the cylinder? Yeah, no, there's nothing else. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. First of all, these guys are ugly as hell. Second of all, how are these guys not suspicious at all?
Name is Nash Solkin. Occupation is,
Betty. Professional Betty. Batty? Are they confessing that they're criminals? Hold on a second. I want to look up something real quick. So, I'm going to go to... let me go to my YouTube channel real quick. Because I want to look at one of the VODs. Just to double check and see if these are the same fucking dudes that shot Schmelheim. Let's see. Okay, I found it. Wow, who would have saw that coming? Yep. It's the exact same fucking shadows. These are the guys that shot Hairlock. Fantastic. So, these are your witnesses, huh? Actual fucking criminals? Who were there? Who literally broke into the crime scene. And they shot Hairlock. These are the same dudes that you're going to use to prosecute a 17-year-old girl. Damn.
Name's Ringo Stallskin. Occupation, same as him.
Ringo? Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skull Brothers.
What are you looking at me for? Don't lump me in with you lot.
Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what you're going in through? We're going through? It's our older brother. It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him. We have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night, we came across you. The very spittle bloke. Spittle bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? Yes, Nash, yes. It's very spit of him. And we decided that and then, what the fuck was he saying? So we decided there was, what he was going to do. Who was going to call ya? Big bruv Sulky. Oh, come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he runs out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Skokie Gregson.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name is Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they? These three?
No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they came embroiled with far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence.
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery,
they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
So, why? So why are they on... What the fuck? I get that they're witnesses, but they're not exactly clean witnesses. So how are we supposed to take these guys' word if they are known burglars? In fact, not only that, they were at the scene of the crime. You know this for a fact. They testified that they were, but they broke into it. In fact, if this is going where I think it's going, you know that he shot Hairlock, so what's to say they didn't just kill him and then blame it on the girl? I don't understand that shit. It's a box. And he's shorter, too! He's shorter! So it's entirely possible that he's the one who shot him! He's shorter than the victim! In fact, he's probably shorter than Gina. What the fuck? I mean, you're basically just handing me this case over at this point. The various trespasses of these brothers was not the subject of today's proceedings. No, they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand and keep these gents on the right straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am to the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. Cause the Skulkins never sulkin. Sulkins never skulkin. Get out of it. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gav's door was ajar, see? It was like it was some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, called Blimey Lummy, we heard a gunshot in the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. Liar.
A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony was consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. With only the victim and the accused were found inside. Your mother was found inside. Motherfucker. Hold on, I'm looking at something. You guys are going to have to give me a fucking minute.
Or I'm looking at one of my older VODs because I'm actually kind of curious about something. Now that these guys have shown their balls to the court, me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'm looking at something. AG? This is AG on his staff. Or his cane, whatever. To cane. I didn't know if, like, maybe, like, he was one of the brothers. Fucking Nash Skulkin. And Ringo Skulkin. Then again, probably not. They don't really look alike. Hold on, sorry, just give me a second. I'm getting something set up. Okay, we're good.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelming simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now. Of course, counsel. Of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel.
Yes.
What's the matter, Bruno?
Sorry, I was just stunned to silent for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, but I saw with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that?
Yep, there's the one, Governor. I can swear to that.
It was nice, it was. Ain't that right, bruv?
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around the counter.
Right, I remember. Which is stupid. I don't know why he would carry a fucking loaded. Why would he leave a loaded gun on his fucking counter? Actually, fucking stupid. This guy is such a fucking idiot too. Like, holy shit. Just like his whole process is like actually dumb. Like big dumb dumb. Like he would leave out like notes of like passwords of other people's things just out in the open so other people could read it. So you could just walk up to it, say the password, and then steal some other person's things because you knew the password. And fucking Big E Cheese just does not remember who fucking put it in. So stupid.
I examined it and found the revolver that was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him. Thought I heard something. That's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out and me Lucy lockets.
So with no time in your hands out of your pockets, to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say.
That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers. We are not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out and me Lucy lockets.
So you'd clearly like us to believe,
Come again.
as you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say?
Ah! Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in that doorway.
Well, they just admitted it now, did they? It was.
What in the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention it before?
You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Hairlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Hairlock Sholmes?
I didn't hear that actually. It was a rumor that the great shows they armed the bear.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when we searched, a firearm was indeed found on their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Now, my learned Nibbley's friend, would you like to play Fortnite with me later? Damn. That's a long gun. I feel like the recoil on this thing would be obnoxious. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of these revolvers, 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes. It happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windybanks' door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
Damn. Damn, girl, she fucking long. Now, my lord of Nibbley's friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime. Under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not.
if the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim. We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and to move on. You mean besides the fact that they literally just admitted it? They literally admitted to shooting him. Because when I brought it up, they were like, wait a minute, you were there? Like, are you deaf? What the fuck? And second of all, I'm pretty sure a 2-year-old can put those pieces together. Evidence that these two fired that shot before they left Windibanks' that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the pawnbroker's shop that night?
Want evidence? I'll give you fucking evidence. Shablam! The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do their job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese. Well, anyway, we analyzed the blood samples we found and recorded the results of this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves that these witnesses unloaded a firearm on a crime?
Take that!
What is that? Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windibanks pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears a bullet hole is lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibanks' calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day the pawnbroker's death. Also, I want to mention how fucking Van Zykes was like, oh, how Nipponese of you. You don't trust the police. I can't believe you. When literally in the last case, there was an officer who fucked and tampered with the evidence. Like, yeah, no shit, I'm not gonna trust the police. If they're willing to tamper with evidence that could fuck over someone's livelihood. It's like, I think at this point, I'm gonna need a little bit more than the police's help. I'm gonna have to rely on me. So, go fuck yourself, Van Sykes. Eat a dick.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Ah! Crazy.
Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zykes?
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold Bettys they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the streets. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna lend us in the soup.
We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Did he? Van Zykes knew their testimony would certainly expose the extent of their crimes.
It will seem now that I owe my learned friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zykes? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from the brother's gun. However, if the shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim.
Yeah.
In other words, these two men have no material connection with the murder of Mr. Windybank at all.
So that's it.
That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it.
We didn't, Ash. We didn't. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder.
Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas?
Ah. We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Airlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device in the night of question.
8:30, 9, 9:30.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of Fiat Friar talk, eh, bruv?
Lady Luck, skull, loves a skull and fucking shit.
Witnesses, At what time did your trespassing begin?
Eh? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv?
Must have been. Must have been Nash, must have been. Yeah, just going on.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Good Lord! It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade!
Damn, okay, that might be a little damning. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. That is quite damning. I got nothing, honestly. He's blonde. I don't know. He's blonde, but he's got short hair, so you can see the braids she has. Yeah, fuck, damn, she's screwed. This is pretty fucking damning. Of course, I don't know. It's possible that she just used it to threaten him. To be fair, he does keep the gun at the desk, so it's possible that she just kind of grabbed it. I don't know. It's... yeah. This photograph really fucks us, doesn't it? The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to a storeroom.
Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Ugh. I don't know what to believe. I don't believe it. Ginny.
On God, no idea what the fuck. In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Windybank. Yeah! Yeah. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated it for it and all, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Force of metal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point?
Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am, leading a small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark our words. One for all and all for one. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have reached agreement, have they?
Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the courtmen. On the double!
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too.
I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
I really don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
Is there a reason she's speaking Morse code?
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky.
Okay.
Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts onto the court.
Guilty.
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 Why'd he headbutt the thing? Well, fantastic. It's time for me to use my thing and then tell them how they're stupid.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already.
You think they fucking... You'd think they fucking learned at this point. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Jenna didn't show them.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Very well. The court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again.
How
Unsurprising.
Yeah, probably because the other 2 times I refused to remain defeat have gained me a winning. If I hadn't done that, well, one innocent person would have been put to death. So, and yet you're giving me shit for that. Go fuck yourself, dude. Go fuck yourself. Sniff olive oil. Sniff that olive oil you constantly drink, you freak.
We shall proceed immediately with summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for the action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
All right, here we go.
All evidence clearly points to the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketine.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you will find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission. A verdict will to follow. Stop. In the mother one, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
By the size of their head? What?
The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom locked from the inside in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by the witnesses. Not to mention the print. This print. Take it from the chap who's seen in action on the battlefield. That girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
She does have her finger on the trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, Counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Alright, here goes.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
Ah, so sorry. You can probably tell I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by. How?
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, oh no.
What? Well, first of all, I'm not too sure how I feel about you being a surgeon, considering you keep saying you might have forgotten something inside someone. Or inside something. So, a little scared about that. But, you know, whatever.
Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it you think you've left behind?
Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday.
Oh, good lord, I fucking knew it.
Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I, well, couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
Come on, bro. You left the scalpel inside the dude? How do you forget? Well, you know, never mind. I'm talking to an old man. What? Teddy, surely not.
Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, it's a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more than sure. I got his little rat on his hand. He's got a little rat as he's petting. His emotional support rat.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Vilan Borshvik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary?
Ah. I believe there is such a rumor.
It's just a rumor?
As you can see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal.
Your words, not mine. Just wanted to point that out.
People call me a revolutionary, murderer, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Good day. I am visiting to London for sightseeing. I would like to take the bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts.
To be treated like a vicious criminal all the time. It was very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look.
The Skulkin brothers?
Maybe they went inside Brunbrook's shop. But they done nothing wrong. And that is what I want to say.
The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, there's one not so little misunderstanding I need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris.
Huh? What is it, Bruno?
Jurors are chosen as random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew.
This guy kind of weirds me out. All right, I'm gonna go get me a snack real quick. I'm feeling a little peckish.
I'm feeling a little peckish.
I got me some vanilla ice cream so I can have diarrhea later. Pretty good.
Hold it!
Alright. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look,
I used the wrong voice.
if you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
There's no indication the victim ever fired the gun.
All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Ooh, how did you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess.
It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity.
Of course.
Oh, yes. I think you'll find the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen.
If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might actually agree with you.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On the way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick purses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. Sorry for being poor, I guess. I don't... A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Hairlock Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazines in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. You know that wasn't her, right? Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the Stam who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum, as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyways. Yes, alright, I'll amend my statement. Donkashoe?
Objection!
Good Lord, Counsel, explain yourself! And in English!
Oh my statement? Contradictory? Juror number 6. You've said the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As jurors number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled from the scene of the night, from the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Wait. Didn't Old Man Winkle-Dinkle say that he did surgery on an abdomen? Did he do surgery in hairlocks? Oh boy. Let's pray for Hairlock Sholmes that he doesn't have a fucking scalpel inside his abdomen. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me. Did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say I play English. I am Russian, not native speaker. You thought it was a good idea to let this man be on jury again? Right? How the fuck does this work even? Do they just like go on the streets and just be like, all right, this guy? What the fuck? So, you're telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done anything, nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate the crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Runo. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorders. If you compare the prints to the picture that pictures Jenny, and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to say straight away if anything was taken or not. Hoo-wee! Mr. Prosecutor?
Tut. Calling upon the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these evidence were captured on film. This is the print produced by camera half an hour later after brothers' flight. Okay.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
That doesn't seem to be the case.
I can't notice anything.
That's obviously missing in the second print. The brothers would look like criminals, told only one lie. They shot men, but stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Look. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trash.
Yay, well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting.
Well, that's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation in our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Ah! Wait a minute! This is broken! The lamp is broken! What the fuck? Why was the lamp done broken? Also, I'm looking at like the difference between the two photos. It looks like everything shifted to the right. Like here it is normally. And 30 minutes later, everything, like all of these are slightly shifted to the right. It's weird.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really need to stop. We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place in your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Shums and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. God just moved out, and I can't get a bally soul to take them to Tennessee's. Oh shit, well, that's unfortunate, I guess. Ew. I haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do a rather lot, but not for us, that's for just certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggesting that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously, but honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes, from the Empire of Japan.
All communications with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail.
Oh, wait, she's actually speaking with words.
Royal Mail Steamer. Steamers take more than a month to complete the journey.
Ah, but now we have electric telegram. We can send messages using electrical signals.
Right. Good old Morse code.
Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along those ocean beds, connecting to the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just by thinking about it. I actually, this is actually something I do remember back in the day. I remember learning about that. They could only do it so far. I think their main issue with it was that the sea pressure would kind of break the cables. Until they eventually found a more efficient way to communicate. You know, other than Morse code.
You are well informed, young lady.
Old cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. Just when I was starting to catch that. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telepathy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, damn.
Excuse me.
He's pissed. Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but...
What?
Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do! Say that again! Go on, I dare you!
Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Bitch!
Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You bitch! You just don't know!
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing the photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate.
What sort of possibilities?
Well, take the crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that could be viewed through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before.
What?
Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
Absolutely. How about this print here? This should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying that you could do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I can!
Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright. These two prints were both taken with the same camera in Windybanks' on the night in question.
Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle?
Well, I think so. Did have a lesson on it yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in position of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices a shift as if it were depth.
Yes, exactly.
Good lord, please don't do it.
It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important.
So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? That aren't exactly the same?
No, obviously that wouldn't work. Not for seeing the scene in three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh. Oh! Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have.
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have a little look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on. Can you see there's a really obvious difference between them?
Of course there is. There are two people in the first, and no people in the second. Come on, dude, that's not what she's fucking talking about.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try and make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes, I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait.
Well, did you manage to say it properly, Bruno?
Sword. Ah! What's going on with these two pictures? Some things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. I was not expecting to see the judge do it too. And the fact that fucking Van Zykes just brought out his own stereoscope just to use it is fucking hilarious.
Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes.
Other amazing power? This is so stupid.
Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh?
Why the deuce do some things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that,
I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll find your own question.
Basic principles of the stereoscope?
As I said before, if you try to look at the two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in position of certain objects that let you see the picture 3-dimensionally.
In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures. This shows exactly there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
Yes, it must have been.
Now hold fire there, sir. We've got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does a shift between two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's your answer, fellow? Come on, you cross-eyed master. You're the cross-eyed master. What? Me?
I have the first idea.
You know, Runo, it's quite simple.
It is.
Just think it through, step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. And then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some of the items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means
that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter.
Zukas!
Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go through the circles a little. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were removed,
But by whom?
oh, are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right away, right now, who was responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items of the counter.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently on the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Wait,
This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My Facebook says dukes, it means hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets.
but is this another lie? Is this what you're saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see, this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winniebank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony! But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Damn, you are prejudiced as fuck. I mean, like, the whole point is for, like, a non-biased fucking jury, but she seems fucking biased as shit. Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact. In fact, worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not be at least right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shitty pair.
Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't a plaything. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Not guilty.
Wholeheartedly agreed. Stop. My purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home. Return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem that this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order the trial to continue.
Yeah! Well done! Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might be coming useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. Alright.
Lord Van Zykes, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it wouldn't spoil the bouquet de douce, my lord. Won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities the night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. Another easy W.
Order, please. Let us resume the proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
I'm here too, I guess. I don't know why y'all looking at me.
I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor.
What did, Gov? What did?
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Go on! Blimey!
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered the Wendy Bank.
It was you to bleed.
However, that was a lie. You brothers,
Cool, blimey!
on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
We never do nothing of the sort.
How did you figure it out?
You will now give formal testimony again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth.
Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Ooh, ooh. A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
I say no more, Gov. We hear ya.
We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach.
I hate the jiggle physics on that guy's fucking cheeks.
Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was where we had a gunshot, see. It may spell jump and all that stuff went flying.
Lubby, it didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter came in from the door to get us next.
We stuck everything back we found it and scampered. Straight into him in the black.
We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, you see. We never even had the chance, did we?
Oh, did you?
So, you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no.
That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tied it up. Yeah. Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
Bruh, I mean, you're doing this to yourself. Can't be a coincidence that these men showed up at Windybanks' that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it.
I'll roll you up, yep, you up, up.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is... Present. The sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all the things off the counter.
Well, it shocked one of us for that much, yeah. This bag of noise needs to learn to keep his shit on.
Well, it was loud, what? Blimey. Me dead granny would have waken up from that bang.
Big bruv screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and a skull whatnot.
That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked over the scales on the floor?
You really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket! Me granny would have been scared. Been scared back into her grave with a clap like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react just now to what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for question last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something before the gunshot.
Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it.
Granted, it was only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellows?
If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy.
We'll get it right this time.
That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak! Supplement your testimony with whatever details you have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me the gun! Give me that gun! Give it to me! Give it! Give it back! Give it back now, y'all!
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously.
We did, Gov, we did!
Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of a wavering voice before the yelling all.
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
A career in acting, tragically missed. True. So wait, what did it say? If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun? What does that even mean? What am I supposed to do with this information? I don't know. Like, it's the, I'm assuming it's the same voice. Somebody saying, if you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. It wouldn't make sense that Gina would say it because she already has the gun. So, that would mean that it was Woodbank. But why would he say that? If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Is he saying that because she might hurt herself? Weird. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. It was from the other side of the door. Behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom. The victim was found dead. On the voice you heard, it was of the victim, Mr. Windybank?
Oh, McGrady's life? Of course it was.
Is she dead?
On his Grady's wife. Of course it was.
So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice.
Or that would mean what?
What, Nash? What? Any ideas?
Yes, Counsel, indeed it would.
No, we didn't know the geezer.
How are we supposed to deny it when the bloke in all the fancy clobbers giving us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On me granny's life it is.
On his granny's life, it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound all clumsy.
Don't forget, we tied it up. We tied it up after a little, like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You got a picture?
Yes, there she is, no question.
And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitable short time after the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right.
Too right, Nash, too right. That old geezer could have been able to turn the tables on the girl, eh?
Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid that won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windybank had the gun in his hands.
Oh yeah, you can bet. That was a sight, eh? The two of them waving the guns at each other must have been really heated. I mean, just before he shouted, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot,
Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More like an empty threat, you could say.
Mr. Windybank is known to keep a revolver at the shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. And that someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Yeah, it literally makes no fucking sense, but you know, it's whatever.
well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only, the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Cooked is a goose proper.
I wish he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot.
It was more or less at the same time, Gov.
Give me that gun. Brr, brr.
Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed.
And we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet.
After that, we done a slap-a-dash job tidying the place up.
Oh yeah, I never examined this. Damn.
What's in it? I ain't seen nothing.
Objection!
So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun, correct?
I say, Gov, you got a picture?
Yes, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet, the photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description.
You what?
Gordon Bennett! That ain't right!
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used on the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found on the accused's hand. Because for some reason she was just knocked out.
Yeah, and Mortula used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun.
Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are. Right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend. Well, let's see some evidence to support your claims. Where is proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal in the victim's final moments? Smells like a bitch in here. Yeah, well, I smell like... Fuck yourself.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed with a gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
That's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skogan! Ah! I smell a stink. Ah!
But it's on God's honest truth.
It is, Dash, it is. When he was shot last night, that night.
The jockey very gone in his... And we saw it with our being eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun?
Something like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimonies to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person!
Nash,
Order! 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 Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we,
cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If you blab now, you know what you'll do to us.
See? What are they talking about? Let me make your position here clear, perfectly clear. We will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on, the game's up. But we have our gosh forgotten us.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out!
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well,
Do we have to?
on pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. If you don't, I'm going to hit you with the grating.
Alright! So we just got inside the gaff and we have a sort of relief when the geezer showed his book.
give me that gun, you mellow. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He shook me over the counter.
He pulled me gun out of him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room.
We never had nothing to do with the killing him. It was what happened, I swear.
So, you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of shop.
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves in an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time.
This time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey lummy, a great ugly barrel he had,
it straight in the front piece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Wendybank with the gun at the time, is that right?
Yes, it good it is. It is good for this spoon.
Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did.
It was Bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
They were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought he did it. I mean, forgetting old geezer, he was as strong as him.
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick and some skull whatnot.
They got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame, but knocked them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of a gunshot that shocked you and made you knock. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, Big Bruv here was flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him.
He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened him like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbroker. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene, back onto the streets, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Wendybank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Oh, and then like it.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Wendybank?
No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, wasn't I? He was being flattened.
Don't forget, by a man whose shop was being burglared, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away. They ran off through that door and shut himself in.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Wendybank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Wendybank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Wendybank's hand again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
So inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, point is, me and me brother here.
That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother here. We had nothing to do with killing him. That's what happened, I swear. I swear. I swear on me granny. I swear on me granny's rotten corpse. She's dead as hell. Have I mentioned?
Objection!
That's what I figured. Okay.
Hold it!
You say you have nothing to do with it.
Well, nothing at all.
Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he?
Looked it was from the inside.
We know it. We know it was, because we tried to open it.
But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Lena Bestridge.
Nope, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, it doesn't, because it's inconsistent with the photography.
Because they're basically saying the guy was alive at 1:30. Because this is when they start picking up the shit. This is when they had their kerfuffle. Which means that around this time, which is where he was allegedly killed, he was still alive. In fact, he was still alive around this time.
It doesn't make anything.
What'd you say that, Counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Winnipeg? Could have been Ringo. I still think it could have been Ringo. I mean, he's got the height. And they've lied quite a bit. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Eh, what?
Also, didn't they mention that there was a third brother? Wasn't there a third person? Pretty sure they mentioned that before. What are you looking for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
He did.
What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from inside. These are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right. Maybe?
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Bruno?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. Huge. Now then, time for some clarity. Clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have been who could have killed the victim, indicates where the person could have fired the gun. You better indicate it, or I'm going to indicate that you're the murderer. I'm going to hit you with the not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Alright, chat. Let's put our thinking caps on. So, if we were to assume that there was another person who could have possibly killed someone. So, I guess my main problem is the timelines. Because, according to them, this was around the time that they came in, right? That fucking, the two Bozo brothers came in. Was 1:30. You could tell because, well, I mean, besides the fact they admitted it, all the shit was cluttered and this was broken, which nobody seems to ever point out, but, you know, it's fine. And then they put everything back to place for whatever reason. So according to their own testimony, the guy was still alive by this time. So if they're to be believed, it is possible. So that would mean that that fucking Windibank shoved Gina into the back room, in the storeroom, left her there, and then when the two burglars came out, he like threw them, which, by the way, based. He threw the other dude, fucking Ringo, took the guy's gun, and then threw it into the storage room. That's my inconsistency. So, of course, we're to believe that somebody else did it. I'm thinking it could be it could be, I don't know, Nash or something. They could, because there's a little peepee hole on the storeroom. So it's possible they just kind of like, just went, ooh, and then... But I don't know. It doesn't add up to anything, though. Like, for example, Gina, because she would have been there. So why did she? Why? How did she fall unconscious? And how did she get the dude's firearm in her hand? Unless she always had the firearm in her hand. But when would she have fired it? I don't fucking know, man. And he was shot in the back. Right, and so she was facing towards him, not through his back. I guess really the only conclusion I could come up with, even though it's like flimsy at best, is that he was shot like right here. Like someone right here.
Take that!
The defense believes the culprit could have been shot from the victim's location here. And an answer to second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Wait. Does that make sense? Okay, no, never mind.
Take that!
The defense believes that the victim would have been in his position
Objection!
here. What your answer is in fact show that in your position is as absurd as the indicated plan. What are you saying? Okay. I kind of figured that wouldn't be the case.
Where did the culprit shoot the victim? Why we can't show that some other person could, other than Ginny, could have done it in the storeroom?
This shit's whack as fuck. What do you think, chat? Gather more information. Honestly, I don't think we have all the penis. What the fuck did I just say? We don't have all the pieces of the puzzle. Unless I just did it wrong. I was trading waifus with Mix. Bruh.
Take that!
Is it right? Maybe I just did it wrong. Is it right here?
Take that!
Ah! Cool. Okay, never mind. I'm just dumb. I just put it in the wrong angle. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to Skulkin Brothers' earlier testimony. I got Rem off Mix. Was that even? I don't even know what that means. You remmed Mix? Who is Rem and why did you mix him? Why did you mix Rem? Sorry, I was looking at this. Mr. Windybank ran away through the door. Is the blue hair? Still don't know what you're talking about. you talking about Pokemon? The water child from Sun and Moon? Is that whom you were referring to? Is it? Is it though? Is it really? We have to assume that the door was open at the time. So, at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life, these brothers had a perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was back inside the storeroom. The bot channel where we rolled waifus. Oh. Oh. I'm talking like Rem from fucking... From that one anime, forgot what it's called.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings in Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man. Shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it could still have entered his body in an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr.
Objection!
Windbag.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten, but the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Makes goons white for white girls with the red eyes though, so I traded him 3 for her. Does he? Okay. Bro needs to stop gooning. Get that Fortnite pussy. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Yeah. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes! There is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense is certain in the case, and that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom, in which case, who could have locked it? I tell you who could have been. Could have been Gina because she was already in it!
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrange.
Objection!
That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Jenny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does? As a gooner, you gonna join us?
No!
I would never join you.
In your sinful behavior? of gooning for fucking anime girls. What do you think I am? Some sort of stank bitch?
I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? I sus, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor, where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I'll see where this is going.
You see where you're going with this? Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't the ones who done it.
We ain't gonna believe this. I mean, come on. We'd never shoot no one.
Protection!
But that's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Hairlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Well, most of the device. You need to say.
Wait a second, what's the sign of the pawnbroker?
I should have known these three brothers. One of them shadiers have been foolish.
That's amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side, man.
I know, first time ever, and probably last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll give you the verdict if not.
An admirable method, my learned friend. What is it now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Sykes. I myself find the defense's arguments most persuasive. I dare say, such I don't know how to say that word. Chicanery is bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Is it the fact that the gun was only fired once? Because both guns were fired, so that's kind of what I was thinking, like. I don't know. Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your own logic's failing?
I say, Lord Van Sykes, might be an idea to explain this bully conjuring trick,
or whatever it is the troops are on the ground. And the fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets? Who's counted bullets?
And what is he the count of?
Oh dear. Who noticed then?
Huh? What's everyone talking about? Come on, dude, seriously? Council. Yes, sir?
Build the court. How many bullets were found at the scene of the crime?
Two bullets.
Correct. First, which hit the victim on the back, ending his life. Let me look at something. The signs of a single discharge. There were signs over here. Correct. The first, which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second was struck at the detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness. I think I'll find.
That if a single bullet was fired from the brother's gun at Mr. Sholmes, that means Windybank not shot by the same gun. Stop! Only one bullet. Stop! Exactly. Yes, this nipple-knee street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversion trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ah! Order, order, order! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zykes. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct.
I think we've already established this, but okay.
The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with a loathsome intent. As we see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more where the fuck did you get that?
Oh, right, it was turned in... I forgot.
One more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc.
I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Mr. McGilden's down to the yard, thank you very much.
Oh no! No, don't give it to him! It's mine, that is mine!
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilden has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. McGilden's music box disc.
the very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious!
Make no mistake, any sympathy of the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths in which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit.
Bro, she has a record of stealing, not killing.
The court forgets that fact is at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box desk in evidence then.
Hold it!
Lord Van Zykes,
Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector?
we had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zykes at all. I am unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. Bailiff, get that fucking shit in there, boy. That boy... Juice?
Right. This is the... Yeah, this is something we already... Yeah. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add.
So wait, I'm a little confused. Is he saying that she threatened him with a gun so that she could get her hands on the disc?
Suspects are threatening. Here I have in possession one piece of evidence prosecution wishes to present. Day before the heinous murder, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but brute force. So, what? So wait, what is he, I'm so confused here. She came back to threaten him for the disc again? Is that the motive? Because she tried to get the disc legally by turning in a storage ticket that was given to her by McGilded. But now he's saying that he went back to Windybanks to rob the disc again and shot him for whatever reason. I don't know. It doesn't really make any sense. Might be missing something, but I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once. For all 5 minutes. All for 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno.
My lord,
I wonder if I can say something at this point.
Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up till now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's bloody obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no. Fucking fantastic. We're gonna do this
Guilty.
again.
Guilty.
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 Back to normal. Time to do the summation examination. Again. Again. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that. For Howard. What the fuck? You bitch. How dare he use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterland. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Wow, he didn't even have to ask, dude. He already knew.
He's like, all right, he's going to ask for it, so might as well do it. All right, come on. Do your thing.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed of us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined a simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a thief on the previous day. I can see that I'm in a busy day ahead.
I'm a ballistic expert. I have seen many shootings, and there is nothing I do not know about guns. Fantastic.
It would seem there is little room for doubt.
I have to admit, it was rather bold. I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
Whole courtroom is turning against me.
That's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jenny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
She doesn't have she doesn't have a history of murder. She has a history of pickpocketing. So I honestly don't see how they correlate. She pickpockets and pickpockets and pickpockets. So obviously she has motive for murder. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Still talking about that.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things you have nothing to do with in this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say it was nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite implicable, don't you think?
almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hairlick? No. Hairlock? No. Hairlock?
Airlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Good lord! Yes! It was that hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy. And almost predictable, because that's exactly what I fucking said earlier.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But funny thing is, I went over his intestines with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch up the fellow back up.
What? So there's no... So wait, what? Okay, so we already I think we already figured that out, considering there's a fucking bullet in the wall, like on the calendar. But it's strange that the guy got shot in the abdomen, but there was no bullet. So, what the fuck? I'm so confused. So where was he shot? Where the fuck was he shot? Unless somebody, like, went up and just fucking teleported the bullet out of his abdomen. Or if that bullet went through it, like, just like went through his entire body, which I don't think is the case, otherwise they would have brought that up. Pretty sure they would notice that. I'm so confused. It just doesn't make any sense. Oh! I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region.
Fuck, that was me. Then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensional.
Ha! Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is the best I could do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign of the bullet that had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. But I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this juror was put together. How this jury was put together. Wait! I am a bullet. Oh! Oh! Ah! Russian Pookie Bear! Yes! You!
Oh, a ballistics expert.
Bitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Shulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, and there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in the snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen ice, wall of ice, very close to my head side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looks like a bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all! The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Runo, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears his little pouch on his belt.
Pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of a very dangerous chemical that he uses in his investigations.
What? Really? Doctor! Where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when we arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during the summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness! I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence related to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Airlock Sholmes' pouch. His little pussy pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the vials is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but it was was deflected into wall of shop. A delightful complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
But it has no bearing to the truth of the matter of this case. The bungling brothers have shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The permanent fact of the case remains unaltered.
But at least that the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Harley's pouch isn't scruffy!
Right, because that's the problem.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. And there's still a way to turn things around. Somehow. I'm sure of it. I guess we can just look at this. Ah! What the fuck? There's a bullet right there! Hold up. Wait a minute. It's really scorched badly here.
Oh, the strap's broken, look!
Must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see. What the fuck? That's a bullet! Holy shit!
What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it?
Ah! That's the Skulkin Brothers bullet!
What a stroke of luck, it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
We found exactly what that juror was talking about!
The 3rd bullet. It's time we press that juror again, I think. Yes! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, it's me trying to do my Wilhelm scream. That's what I'm saying.
Hold it!
Hold it, you bitch! It's the number of bullets that you have has you convinced. Wait, hold on a minute. I just realized something. How the fuck did the Scotland Yard, they've had fucking Herlock Sholmes' pouch this entire time as evidence, and they didn't notice the 3rd bullet inside of it? How could they not have noticed that? Are they dumb? Are they dumb as shit? They're dumb as fuck. What the hell? Either they're dumb as shit or something's a little sussy here. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although,
Yes?
something after dining, crockery goes missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere in which we were unaware, I have to consider my position. Third bullet. I can prove it, I can prove it. Allow me to show you then the third bullet.
Yeah, here it is.
Take that!
Take that! Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Mr. Windebag's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery? You Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. Ever since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
Ah! 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibanks, and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
The examination of both guns have revealed... Hold on, I need to check something real quick. I'm calling your fucking mother! Your browser source was offline? The fuck do you mean my browser source is offline? It says everything is... God damn it, stupid fucking thing. Okay, back to the game. And the examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Yeah. You hogging the kitties? No, none of the cats are in my room, I think. Yeah, no, none of the cats are in my room. I think Thor is on his little hammock. I don't know where Loki goes, because Loki kind of likes to disappear. And Pretty Kitty's probably under your bed.
Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundation upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Jupiter! What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
I just started a dishwasher and Loki was the only one who came out? Oh, I see.
Witnesses,
Governor?
were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov?
I don't make nothing of it.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey, Gov, God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Emma, the Skulking brothers work alone.
It was just the two of us. That's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only two of the bullets from the crime scene originated from firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Oh, Lummy, that's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. On that night at Windybank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pig swill.
These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet, in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. What are you talking about? We have evidence. The bullet. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence. This is that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Sirkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of a person they're hiding?
Well, counsel,
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity. And in response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is... The defense is unable to complete a sentence, it would seem, much less provide any credible answers.
yes, it would appear so. Very well.
Wait, please.
Good gracious, counsel.
I have to keep the momentum. Okay, I guess I have no choice.
When you start doubting yourself and thinking you can't possibly do work something, you become blind. Even though, in truth,
Right in front of me. My lord, actually, the defense would like to present answers to the question posed by the prosecution. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. But your earlier tongue-tied display would not go unpunished. Okay, listen, bro. If you're just gonna be a bitch, I'm just gonna go and load this bad boy up. Defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would like to ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have of their third intruder at the scene of the crime?
Shut the fuck up.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle for your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim that one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third victim. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. What the fuck? What is that?
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood. Curious, even for you. Let me look at something real quick, actually. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
By the great detective?
A new invention! Stop! Not yet appeared in stories. Stop!
This is, you see, doesn't. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. The fogger spray is a chemical that reacts to the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone has a blood. Everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at the blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank.
Ah, a striking blue.
Yes, so you see the green color of this blood stain on the calendar.
That's nasty.
Shows that... shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, that's not unrelated. It's not unrelated. The date showing the calendar is the date of which Mr. Windybank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood was it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries, which means that the other blood has to be from someone else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Really? I thought it was Herlock's. Actually, that wouldn't even make any sense how his blood would splatter all the way back there. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? I'm guessing it's this guy.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Brother!
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes, sir.
That article in question belongs to me. I demanded for it to be returned at once.
That's alright. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, dance. Any music discs, too.
Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder's governess.
Yes, that's him talking to Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man... fuck. There we go. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Sussman?
Never seen a geezer before in me life. All me life, Gov, all me life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree
I
with
farted
you,
and a poopy almost slipped out.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
And show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. I mean, he did try and pull a gun on us, so... This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling something has been missing in this trial from the very start. And now, I'm gonna drag it, kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man in this photographic print was in fact the man who struck. Was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
Take that!
Here it is! The irrefutable evidence! Okay, I thought I could... Damn it. So, what my thing is that if his green is blood, if we use the smoky grenade thing on the music disc, it would turn green. So that was my thought pattern, but doesn't seem to be the case.
Take that!
Yeah, no, that wasn't it.
Take that!
That wasn't either.
This is the fun part. Mm.
Take that!
No, it's not that. What would it be then?
I thought we were going to examine the blood on the music disc, but that wasn't it.
Take that!
I don't know why I thought that. Yeah, I figured the newspaper was irrelevant. Oh, what? Okay. What am I missing here?
I could swear I saw something. I swear I thought about it when I thought about it, bruv.
Wait.
Take that!
Okay. I'm confused. What? Am I supposed to examine this first?
Fuck! I should have done that. What was I thinking? Of course, the one time I didn't examine this, my goofy fucking didn't. Son of a bitch!
Take that!
I should have examined this.
So no, I was right. I just didn't point out the fact that it is the same blood, which I was correct on. So wow, who'd have saw that coming? As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the I'm a fucking clown. On the afternoon of the day in question, it's the one time I don't fucking investigate something too. The defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim the disc from Windybanks.
Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared at the scene of the crime, I believe. This man attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you.
Very well.
Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc. It's mine. I'm gonna grab it from you.
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I see.
It's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks' earlier in that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else.
Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly be that we could ill afford to ignore the gentleman apparent present.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard that name before. The protagonist is in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned the shade of greens. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... Bring him sexy back. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Shum's word for it. Why? You've taken his word for it before. You sure as hell took his word for it in the last case. The fuck? All of a sudden, now that it's going against... all of a sudden it's going against you again? You're like, I don't believe this guy very much. Albeit it is Sherlock Holmes, and he's not really the brightest bulb in the bunch. You just bleed on something, and you would come to this. Of course, Mr. Holmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So, the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced about what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstood something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Shum's partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
Why does no one care? She has a gun in the courtroom. It's not a gun! It's a foggy gun. It shoots chemicals that turns blood into different colors of the rainbow. After that shrewd process of the situation from an entirely unexpected source,
And to be fair, I don't think it matters who brings what in courtroom anymore. I mean, we've seen fucking Gina bring a fucking grenade launcher. The prosecutor brings and throws around bottles of wine everywhere. Like, well, I've seen a jury member pull out a fucking knife. So it's like, who fucking cares? Can I bring thermonuclear weapons into the court? No, because people would get cancer for that.
It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for its final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in this internal...
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Womp womp. It's okay. It's important to my case that the prosecutor gets cancer. Twinsies.
2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of a summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
What's wrong, pussy bitch? I'm gonna do Gangnam Style on your fucking grave, you stupid bitch.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that it will be impossible.
What?
The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something?
Who was that, please? Who spoke? Who the fuck said that?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5?
What have you to say, madame?
If possible,
Inspector.
Eh. Me, madame.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Ah, right. Oh, right, yes. You mean this one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5. You don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What? No. Good gracious!
Order! Order! Order!
Well, ain't that just fucking convenient that so happens that one of the jurors happens to know who the fucking guy is. Poggers.
Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see,
The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communications station now. Stop. Tapping away in the telegram. Stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he was a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zykes, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids.
How could he be a communications officer if he was illiterate? You don't need to be illiterate if you can tippity tappity tip tip tappity tip tip tap tippity tip 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 tappity on a Morse code thing.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson?
Yes, my... Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question.
I don't think they're using the word subpoena correctly. Is subpoena not mean to call to court? It means a right to ordering a person to attend court. Yeah, no, they are saying it right. It is, you are ordering someone to attend the court. That's what this is. I thought it was just for, like, documents. No. Well, I'm sure it is. I'm sure there is some documentation of it, but, you know, the definition does not incline about specific documents. It's just like you're ordering someone... Actually, you know what? It's probably like they're making documents to subpoena him. Like, they're going to make, like, the proper shit, like, writing to tell him to come to court. Whatever the fuck this guy is. I don't know what his name is.
Come to my chamber during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Penis enlargement pills.
140?
Yeah.
It's a weird time. You're a weird time! Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and leave it at that. Alright, everybody. I'm just gonna click and don't save. It's fine. Good Christians only schedule appointments in increments of 30 minutes. Shit, bro, you right.
How about you?
How about you shit, fuck? Alright, that's gonna be it for the night. Thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing some more Persona. I talked to Juicy Pussy, and he said that he's doing that. So until then, let me check something real quick. Let me see. Is he streaming? Is he streaming still? I don't know if he is or not, but... okay, no, he's not. Alright, never mind, we're good. So I know he was streaming earlier with Zoinky Boinky, but it looks like that's all said and done. So, thank you guys so much for coming by. I will see you guys tomorrow for some more Persona. Good night, everybody. That's the wrong one. Okay, there you go. Offline.